Hare Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So welcome everyone to our Vyasa Puja celebration of Srila Prabhupada. Now we're just going to continue. We need a few seconds or maybe minutes to clean up here. And then we're going to have a lecture. I just have to go to the back, otherwise some will have to look at my back. So today we have a very special guest who will glorify Srila Prabhupada, and this is Akhanda Prabhu. Hari Bol. Akhanda Prabhu is a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, initiated in 1975 in the Bhaktivedanta manner, where he has been serving for many, many years, and also as a temple president for 14 years. So Prabhu, if you please want to take a seat on the Vyasa. Hare Krishna. So I would just like to explain the program for tonight. Take the time, we just need a few more seconds to clean this. So we're going to have a class now by Akhanda Prabhu, and after that we're going to read the offerings to Srila Prabhupada. Usually there is a whole book of offerings which were written by many disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and we usually pick a few of them. Also of the prominent sannyasis and gurus of our yatra. Then at 7 we'll have the Gora Arti, and after Gora Arti we do Guru Puja and Pushpanjali, and then we have Mahaprashadam feast. So maybe some of you can come a little closer on this side, and then I would give the word to Akhanda Prabhu.
Today, we are celebrating Sri Vyasa Puja, the appearance day of our beloved spiritual master and founder of our institution, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Today we glorify Srila Prabhupada. I'm going to just give a little introduction, and then I'm going to ask Maridar to sing Gurvastikam prayers. This has been written up in the promotion as a festival of gratitude. That is the main emotion behind Vyasa Puja, gratitude. So in order to help us meditate on the reasons and the motivation for us feeling gratitude, we're going to examine the verses of the Gurvastikam prayers written by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. These are the Samsara prayers we sing every morning. And we sing them and we meditate on them, but it's worth also discussing some of the purports to these verses. Now we could speak forever on the glories of Srila Prabhupada, and we could speak forever on the purports of these Gurvastikam prayers. And we only have a short time, but I hope that we can at least gather some of the insights from this. So I'll invite Murli, would you like to sing the prayers? We'll just sing each verse once. Salakaya Chakshuram Militam Jina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Hare Krishna. So, these set of 8 prayers, Durastikam, represent an amazing glorification of the position of a Gaudiya Vaishnav spiritual master. And within it there is a progression. It's actually a brilliant progression of presentation of ideas and deepening concepts that help us to really appreciate the gratitude we should be feeling to all the spiritual masters in the line from Lord Chaitanya back to Krishna, and particularly for the ISKCON movement that we are part of. We offer special thanks to Srila Prabhupada. And the word gratitude in Sanskrit is krita gya. Gya means knowing, knowledge, really understanding. Krita, that which has been done. So if you really understand what has been done for you, if you really understand, are you not going to feel some obligation, some gratitude, some deep sense of appreciation? Of course. So I hope these verses give some idea of Krita Gyan, what has been done on our behalf. The first verse actually starts in the way that all presentations of preaching do, preaching material. You start with the human condition. You start talking to people about where they're at. Srila Prabhupada trained us like this. So, where are we at? Samsara, Davanala, Lida, Loka, Tranaya, Karunya, Ganaganatvam. The first bit, Samsara, Davanala, Lida. We are afflicted in the forest fire of samsara. This is opening up with where we are. This is our position in this life, and it has been our position for many, many lives. And it doesn't matter what species we ever find ourselves in, we are always full of anxiety. As humans, as animals, Prabhupada said the little bird may come and take some food from your hand, but it is frightened and fearful all the time. Even the demigods are in anxiety. Look at the troubles they get up to. Even Lord Brahma. Complete anxiety about how the procreation of the universe is going to go on, how it's all going to work smoothly. Always an anxiety. This is samsara, moving up and down through material existence. And this verse highlights what Prabhupada said is the primary, the eternal work of the spiritual master. He mentions that the spiritual master has many, what you can say, provisional or temporary activities. But there is one permanent thing that links all of the spiritual masters. Trinaya. They are here to deliver us from samsara. That is the key thing. Deliverance from samsara. Now, probably it'll take us till when we get back to the spiritual world to really appreciate what a mess we've been in here all this time. We may think we've got difficulties, but we have no idea of the extent of the conditioning and our attachment to the illusions of the material energy and what that has done to us and how that has taken away our natural inclinations of understanding our eternal existence, understanding our complete, full, awakened consciousness, and understanding the incredible spiritual pleasure that we should be enjoying in relationship to Krishna. We have no idea how far away we are from that. I'm speaking very strongly for myself on this. Many of you may be deeply realized and already very well situated. But for our meditation on the spiritual master, we don't think like that. We appreciate from where we have come from and what has been done for us and what is being done for us. And we are being delivered by the spiritual master. Now, how does he get to do that? Well, the example here is the forest fire. The forest fire is, and we've seen it in this summer with droughts everywhere. Probably Switzerland has got away quite lightly. Britain has been ablaze. Other countries, forest fires raging everywhere. In Britain, the fire brigade said, we're out of control. You know, we're so busy dealing with all these things. If your house goes up on fire, sorry, we're probably not going to get there. So Prabhupada makes a note that no human endeavor is going to put out a forest fire. What do you rely on? You rely on intervention from above. The Gana, the clouds, huge thunderclouds have to come and just pour their rain down, because that's what it takes in a forest fire. No little hose pipe and buckets of water are going to do the trick. It needs a full downpour from above. So the spiritual master is delivering that downpour. He is like the cloud. But also like the cloud, he is not the source of the water. The spiritual master does not claim to be the source of deliverance. He says, I am getting that mercy from another place. And where do the clouds get it from? They get it from the oceans. They suck up the moisture from the oceans, take it into the sky, ready to be delivered. So similarly, the spiritual master is receiving benediction from the ocean of mercy. Just as a cloud pours water on a forest fire to extinguish it, so the spiritual master delivers the materially afflicted world by extinguishing the blazing fire of material existence. So that ocean is Kalyana Gunarnava. Arnava is an ocean. Guna of qualities. So Kalyana, auspicious ocean of qualities. We're talking here about Krishna, his spiritual energies. The special potency that Krishna allows and makes available to the spiritual master in order to completely pour Krishna's mercy on our heads and deliver us from this forest fire. Then we have this next verse. The next 3 verses talk about the activities of the spiritual master, particularly in picking up devotees and getting us to understand our relationship with Krishna and actually become devotees. So anyone who's a preacher should take note of these next 3 verses. It is the menu. It is the formula for making devotees. Okay? And it starts, Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita, Vaditra Madhyan Manasora Sena, Romansa Kampa Shruttarango Bhajo, Vande Guru, Sri Charanaravinda. Chanting the holy name, dancing in ecstasy, singing and playing musical instruments. The spiritual master is always gladdened by the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because, and we'll come to that bit in a minute. So this first bit gives us what has been done for us. We have been put in contact with the Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That is a big thing. That is an amazing benediction. That Krishna appeared just 500 years ago as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with all his associates. And he brought, although Krishna had established the storehouse of love of Godhead, Lord Chaitanya decided that that storehouse should be plundered, smashed open, and all its contents just delivered to the people of this world, whether they were qualified or not. Let's just give it out. So for us, through that incredible process of samsara, where might we be? What species could we easily have been in? What other planet could we have easily have been? We could have been completely out of it. But somehow or other, we've been given the opportunity, we've been introduced to Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. And what are the activities of the Sankirtan movement? Kirtan, chanting the holy names. Nritya, dancing. We'll come back to that one in a minute. Gita, singing. Vaditra is playing musical instruments. And this gladdens, Madhyan, this gladdens the heart of the spiritual master. Because when he sees the devotees and disciples engaged in these activities, he becomes ecstatic. Because he knows these souls are on their way back to Krishna. They're connected. Their material life is over. They've started chanting Hare Krishna. They have danced in front of the deities. And when we talk about dancing, the whole idea of kirtan, all chanting of the holy name, is absorption, isn't it? When we chant japa, we want to be absorbed, we want to be fixed, we want to be attentive. When we hear bhajans, we need to be attentive, we need to be focused, we want to be absorbed in that sound vibration and not let our mind distract us. And in kirtan, perhaps the easiest way to be absorbed is dancing. And I'm a great believer that it's not in kirtan unless it defies gravity. 2 feet off the ground at the same time. And I'll give you evidence of that. In 1977, when Srila Prabhupada came to Bhaktivedanta Manor, he knew his time with us was very short, but he wanted to make one last visit to the Western world. His plan was actually to get to Gita Nagari, New Vrindavan. He wanted to go to our farms in America. But the journey was harsh on the way, and he came to the manor and he spent Janmashtami and Vyas Puja with us that year. And it was heart-wrenching for us to see Prabhupada's condition. He had lost all the muscle, all the fat in his body. There was nothing there. It was the doctor who came to see him said, there is just the bones and the skin is rubbing up and down on the bones. Anyone else would have been screaming, said the doctor. No one could handle that discomfort. The body is finished. But Prabhupada was not complaining. He couldn't walk, so we carried him in a palanquin which we'd made from his room upstairs in the manor down to, and we pushed the Asasan back into this little kind of area, so there was space for just to place the palanquin. And Prabhupada asked us not to sing the normal Guru Puja song because the emotions were too strong for his body. As it says here, Romancha Kampashru Tarango Bajo. Romancha is standing of the hair. Kampa is trembling. And Ashru, Taranga, waves of tears just coming. But Prabhupada had to control it, actually, as he always did have to control his emotions in order for his mission of just encouraging the devotees and preaching. But he would sit and hardly move a muscle, hardly move anything, just watching the devotees. And after this, after Guru Puja, just singing the Hare Krishna mantra, there was a nice kirtan. We had many of the German devotees over with us, and we thought they were crazy. You know, they were just wild. And so it was very likely that kirtans were going to get a little ecstatic. So this was a good bouncing kirtan, but not enough for Prabhupada. And Prabhupada just, with his hand, he just lit that. And everyone, can you imagine? Hit the ceiling. It was crazy. And then this beautiful smile just came across Prabhupada's face. So, having seen that, you know what type of kirtan Prabhupada likes. He just wants to see the devotees absolutely lose themselves in kirtan. Forget the material world, forget your identity, forget your anxieties, forget everything. Just taste the pleasure of kirtan. That's what gives pleasure to the spiritual master. Then the next verse, continuing what the spiritual master does in order to help us advance in Krishna consciousness. Shri Vigrahara Dhananitinana Shringaratan Mandira Marjanardo Yuktasya Bhaktam Chani Yatopi Bande Garoshi Charanaravinda. The spiritual master is always engaged in the temple worship of Sri Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada established the temple worship. He gave us the deities. Why? To clear us from our impersonalism. You know, Shunyavadi is voidist. We were voidists, lost in the physical, just thinking this whole material world is physical. That's voidism. Buddhism is another version. And then Nirvishesha. Even when we start thinking about spiritual life, what happens? We become impersonalists. We think it's all one. We think I can become God. We think I am God. That is the tendency. So the spiritual master establishes temple worship, the Archa Vigraha, and shows that Krishna can appear. Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. He is a supreme person. He has form, he has activities, he has pastimes. And we are his eternal servants. And that is not easily understood by the world affected by Shunyavadi and impersonalism. We want to deny that we are servants. We want to be the boss. It's a terrible, terrible affliction and conditioning of samsara. And in order to get us through that, get us over that, the spiritual master introduces us to the worship of Radha and Krishna and the other forms. in our temples. It is to help, he's trying to engage us in this service. Yuktasya Bhaktams, he's engaging the devotees. Because otherwise, we're not chanting 24 hours a day. We're not able to do that with our minds. We need something else that will focus us, some service, you know. And it's Mandira Marjana, Ado. It's cleaning the temple. The deities have come. This is their home. This is their temple. We have to look after it. So one service is cleaning. But Ado means etc. and so on. And every other service that it takes to look after the deities. And to look after its temple. And to fill its temple with devotees. And to fill its temple full of kirtan and discussions of Krishna Katha. These are all the tasks that we are given on behalf of the deities. So we have been saved from the impersonalism and selfishness that is karmic life. And even the transcendentalists, the Gyanis and the Yogis, they do not understand seva in this way. They think seva is doing good for other people. That will be nice for me because that will help my karma. Or they think that by doing service in this way, I am reducing my abhiman, my pride, and dealing with my ahankara. And once I get rid of my ahankara, I will be God. This is not seva. There's not a trace of trying to do something for someone else in that mentality. But Prabhupada is drawing out of us the natural inclination of the soul, not just to try and draw everything to us, but to let our service mentality flow forward, particularly centered around Krishna. Because having Krishna at the center allows all of us to engage in huge number of hugely different activities and services, but all with one common purpose: pleasing their lordships in their temple. Then the next verse, the next element of the preaching formula. Chaturvida Sri Bhagavat Prasad Swadana Triptam Hari Bhakta Sanghan Kritveva Triptam Bhajata Sadeva Vande Garoshi Charanara Vinda. That the spiritual master is always offering Krishna 4 kinds of delicious food, analyzes that which is licked, chewed, drunk, and sucked. And when the spiritual master sees that the devotees are satisfied by eating Bhagavat Prasad, he is satisfied. I offer my respectful obeisances to the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. We all know the power, the potency, the attractive nature, and that element of Krishna consciousness without which we'd probably struggle to be devotees throughout our life. Sri Bhagavat Prasad, not just Prasad as people talk about in other places. Bhagavat Prasad is the Prasad of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And it's Sri Bhagavat Prasadam, it says here. We recognize that this is none different to Krishna. Isn't that incredible? Again, what have we been provided for? We want to eat. We will stuff our faces constantly if we could. We enjoy it, you know. But Krishna is so kind that he manifests himself in that form. And without the spiritual master, we would not even know that this exists. We would not be able to gather the ingredients, to prepare them in the right way, to offer them in the right way, and to know that they're accepted. To actually know that what we are preparing and offering through our spiritual masters is accepted by Krishna. And he's saying, yeah, enjoy. It is Sri Bhagavat Prasad. It is none different to me. How blessed you are. We know Prabhupada wanted the devotees to be fed sumptuously. This word svadu means delicious. And I know here in this temple, you do delicious. You're well blessed. Couple of little incidents. Again in 1977, Prabhupada would spend most of the day, he'd be up in his room, and he'd be lying, resting, but he would call the devotees from time to time. And one time he called the two devotees, come quickly, you know, and the servant came rushing down to get these two devotees to come up and see Prabhupada. What did Prabhupada want to say? What did Prabhupada want to talk about? So they came, and Prabhupada says, are the devotees getting nice prasadam? That's all Prabhupada wanted to know. Are the devotees getting nice prasadam? Don't take it for granted. Don't take what we have to provide for each other, for our preaching, for our devotees, for our temples. Don't take prasadam for granted. Prabhupada, this is a key element. In New Mayapur, the year before, Prabhupada was almost kidnapped in order to get to New Mayapur because he had a different schedule. But he was convinced, okay, New Mayapur is just established. They put in the deities have been installed. I must go there and see what's happening. So there was a nice program for Prabhupada, and Prabhupada went up to his room, and then he was looking out on the gardens at the back of New Mayapur, and he saw all the devotees just sitting, enjoying prasadam. And he said, thank you for bringing me here. If you hadn't, I would have missed such a wonderful sight. So again, please understand how close, how pleasing it is to Srila Prabhupada when we engage in these activities. So this is the preaching formula. Chanting, dancing, feasting, and serving with the devotees in the temple. But the secret is Hari Bhakta Sangha. All preaching is preaching is dead easy. It's simply a ruse to get people to spend time in the association of devotees. That's all it is. We go out, we distribute books, we want to get people to spend a few moments with a devotee. We invite people to our programs, just spend a little time with the devotees. We get them do a little service, spend time with them. Everything is simply a trick to get people to spend time doing these activities with devotees. That's all there is to it. You know. So now we go on to the next set of verses, which get a little bit more esoteric. I've got to keep watching the time, I apologize. Number 5. Shri Radhika Madhava Orapara Madhurya Lila Guna Rupanamnam Pratikshanakshwadana Lolapasya Vandegaro Shri Charanaravinda. The spiritual master is always eager to hear and chant about the unlimited conjugal pastimes of Radhika and Madhava and their qualities, names and forms. The spiritual master aspires to relish these at every moment. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. What's happening here? This is Lolapasya, the aspiration. And it's saying it's just the aspiration of the spiritual master. This is setting the example for us. What is actually happening here? The idea is to think of Krishna 24 hours a day. That's what the spiritual master wants of himself, and he's doing that because it is his natural loving tendency. And actually, when I'm talking generally about spiritual masters, I just call myself using his. We have now his and her, aspirations, and that has to be respected. So, like they say in the legal documents, singular is plural, and his and her are transposable. So the spiritual master is wanting to think of Krishna 24 hours a day, and that's what they're trying to get us to do. Think of Krishna 24 hours a day. The key word in this is pratikshana. This is an interesting Sanskrit. Kshana means a moment. Prati means the reverse, the opposite. What's the opposite of a moment? You may want to, well, like if I spend a little time every day thinking of Krishna, yes, first thing in the morning maybe, or at night when I say my prayer, I spend a moment thinking of Krishna. No, pratikshana, the opposite of that, all the time, 24 hours a day, because there's so much to think about with Krishna. He has unlimited pastimes, unlimited qualities, all his forms, all his names. There is so much to fill our thoughts with. Now, the spiritual master may do that naturally, thinking of the pastimes and qualities of Radhika and Madhava. For us, we are back in some of the other areas. We're thinking about our service. We're thinking about at least trying to hear the holy name. But we are following in the footsteps of our spiritual master. We want our mind to be engaged in Krishna 24 hours a day. That's also to be our aspiration. 6th verse. Nikunja yuno ratikeli siddhai yayalabhya yukti rapikshaniya tadrati daksha dati valabhasya vande garo shri charanaravindam. Now this is a very deep verse. The spiritual master is very dear because he is expert in assisting the gopis, who at different times make different tasteful arrangements for the perfection of Radha and Krishna's conjugal loving affairs within the groves of Vrindavan. I offer my most humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. This is very hard for us to comprehend, how the spiritual master is engaged in this way. And there's no way I'm going to make any comment on the very deep nature of that. But what we can say, what has been revealed to us, particularly in the words of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, is that all the activities of the Sankirtan movement are in keeping with the mood of the residents of Vrindavan, including the Gopikas, Radhika and her Gopi associates. They all want to enhance the pleasure of Krishna by bringing others into the service of Radha and Krishna. So that certainly is manifested within the structure, within the activities, within the mission of our International Society for Krishna Consciousness. That Srila Prabhupada has established. That we want to bring more and more souls into the loving service of Radha and Krishna. And what this does here also, it establishes that the Gaudiya Vaishnav spiritual master is connected with the highest state of spiritual existence. There is no situation in the reality of all of existence higher than the loving pastimes of Radha and Krishna. And that's what's on offer through the Gaudiya Vaishnava movement and what Srila Prabhupada is offering within ISKCON. We have access to the highest form of spirituality. We've got to step back and think, wow, Krita Gyan, what has been done for us? There are so many types of religiosity, so many spiritual paths. And many of them are wonderful, many of them are glorious. But they're not connected to the highest state of existence. They're not revealing what is actually going on with the Supreme Lord when he's out for enjoying himself, when he's got nothing else to worry about in the material world. He's not worried, he's not the creator, he's not this, he's not that, he's just himself. What's he up to? That is what we have been placed in our hands. The highest possible goal is now achievable. And this word, before the Vande Guru Shri Charan, Ati Valabhasya, means that this is the spiritual master who is very dear, because he is assisting the gopis in their service to Radha and Krishna. He is so dear to them and to Radha and Krishna. And that, because he's so dear, that leads us into the next verse. That Krishna is so impressed, so pleased, that the spiritual master, Sakshat Daritvena Asamasta Shastra, Uktastatha Bhavyata Eva Sadvi, Kintu Praborya Priyevatasya Vande Goroshi Charanaravinda. The spiritual master is to be honored as much as the Supreme Lord, because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. This is acknowledged in all revealed scriptures and followed by all authorities. Therefore I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master, who is a bona fide representative of Sri Hari Krishna. Because of all those activities, because of taking on the mission of Krishna in this material world, the spiritual master is so dear to Krishna that Krishna allows that spiritual master to manifest directly his own qualities, Krishna's qualities. Saksha Daritvena, directly the qualities of Krishna. And what is that? Krishna is Mukunda, he can deliver. The spiritual master says to Krishna, I would like you to deliver this soul. Krishna accepts. That is the close bond that exists between Krishna and the spiritual master. So we are encouraged to think of the spiritual master as good as God. Prabhupada clarified, he is not God. But because he is representing Krishna, and when someone is representing a particular high person, be it a monarch or a president, then the person who is representing that president is also to be honored. You offer the same because you recognize that they're dear, they're in every way they can speak for that person. So the spiritual master is representing Krishna to us. And as we heard yesterday, Krishna is present inside as the super soul within the heart. And the spiritual master is present outside the heart. He's the external manifestation of the super soul. And they are as one. And this is not just Vishwanath Chakravarti's opinion. He says no. This is established in all the Shastras. Shastra Uktai, Samasta Shastra, all the Shastras Uktai say this. And Bhavyata Eva Sadvi, all the sadhus, all those who are actually authorities in spiritual life, this is their opinion too. So that is why, because so the spiritual master is the representative of Krishna and representing him in every way, then this next verse, Yasya Prasada, Bhagavat Prasada, Yasya Prasada Nagatopi, Katipatopi, Dayam Stuvangs Tasyaya Sastri Sandhyam Vande Goroshi Charanadavinda. Therefore, by the mercy of the spiritual master, one receives the benediction of Krishna. Because that is the spiritual master. He has that position. He is all those other aspects. He is so dear. He is the direct manifestation of Krishna's qualities. Therefore, if the spirit, by the mercy of the spiritual master, one receives the benediction of Krishna. Now, of course, we also know that it is thanks to Krishna within the heart that we get the blessing of the spiritual master, getting to know our spiritual master. So that introduction is the blessing of Krishna. But we have to establish the relationship through service to the spiritual master in order to get the blessing of Krishna. So Yasya Prasadam, by whose mercy you're going to get Bhagavat Prasadam. You're going to get the mercy of Krishna. We're not just talking food here anymore. This Bhagavat Prasadam is the blessing to return back home, back to God, and be with Krishna in his pastimes. So this is the big one. And then yasya, and you should know that this second word is different. It is yasya aprasadam, by whom, without their mercy, if you don't have the mercy from this person, actually it's saying, aprasadam, no mercy from this person, you're not going anywhere. You know, that's it. You know, you can, you know, one can be very nice, one, you know, who knows, but you're not getting the mercy, that Bhagavad Prasad that will take you back to Godhead. So, all of these things together actually, I think, formulate the basis for our gratitude. And particularly today, because it's the day we honor Srila Prabhupada and remember that personality who brought us all together in this wonderful movement. So let us all meditate on the infinite amount of gratitude that we owe to Prabhupada. Just to summarize those last reasons for gratitude. We were all in a fire of anxiety. We may still persist in some anxiety, but we have been in this samsara for so long. And Krishna has sent his representative. Immediately we have enjoyed a reduction of our anxiety in Krishna consciousness. Just by taking up this process as meekly as we have, we've enjoyed a huge reduction. We've been introduced to Lord Chaitanya, Gaur Nitai, the Panchatattva. We've been allowed to enter their pastimes in the Sankirtan movement and to engage in ecstasy in their activities, chanting, dancing. We've been introduced to the Archa Vigraha. We have been freed from our impersonalism. We have been entranced by the beautiful forms of the Lord. We've been engaged in their service, kept out of mischief, given something that's meaningful, purposeful in our lives, something through which, even just through the service, we are getting enlightenment. We have been fed sumptuous Bhagavad Prasadam, particularly in the happy company of devotees. And I think we have to be particularly grateful, not just to Srila Prabhupada for everything that he has done, but the key element of what he has done is create the international society, an association of devotees. Because it is, Prabhupada saw that it is in each other's association, working together, cooperating, doing our best to push the movement on unitedly. This is where our advancement is coming from. And this is the one thing he asked for from us. You know, your love for me will be shown by how you cooperate in pushing on this movement after I'm gone. That's all he's asking in return. Yes, we've got our own spiritual life to work on. Yes. We recognize that that is only going to be facilitated in the happy relationships I have with other devotees, in that Sangha. We're reliant on each other for our own spiritual lives. Otherwise, we can also be lost. So we're grateful for Prabhupada bringing us together in this movement, in the happy company of other devotees. He, meditating on the life, mentality and mission, we also aspire to think of Krishna constantly. We've been offered the highest destination, the engagement in the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. And we provided the means and the introduction to achieve that. And despite any lack of qualification, Krishna has sent his pure devotee, shown his kindness, his love and his compassion to us by allowing his own qualities to be represented to us in the personage of Srila Prabhupada. And we recognize that without that mercy, really, there's no hope of spiritual advancement. And we would remain in the forest fire of samsara. So we're just being asked to be grateful, accept the mercy, engage in the process as best we can, work together as devotees, assist the mission. We're each other's best hope in this, and the best hope for all the other souls that are out there in samsara, who the spiritual master is longing for us to get it together and bring them to Krishna consciousness also. We have so much to do. So there is one final verse that we don't sing in the morning, but it's the 9th verse, and I'll just read that to conclude. Srimad Gurur Ashtakam Etad Uchaya Brahme Muhurte Patati Pratatnat Yastena Brindavan Nata Sakshat Sevaiva Labya Janushanta Iva. One who, with great care and attention, loudly recites this beautiful prayer to the spiritual master during the Brahma Muhurta obtains direct service to Krishna, the Lord of Vrindavan, at the time of leaving this body. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
His Grace Akhandadev Prabhu ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much, Prabhu, for inspiring lecture. So we will move on now to reading of the offerings. I just want to thank you so much for bringing up this point, because we sing these prayers every day, and just what you quoted in the end, we should sing that with great attention, and with these explanations, when we keep them in the mind, we can do that better. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So now we're gonna hear some offerings of our esteemed leaders in our movement. And usually what we do, we go in a certain hierarchy, meaning the more senior devotees, they will, also in the Vyasa Puja book, they will be mentioned first. And we wanted to begin with the offering of His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. Now, Chima Krishna Prasad, I cannot see you. He was requested to do that. We always request the disciple to read the offering, because that is also a nice way how the disciple can connect to the offering of his or her spiritual master. Sachisuta is Chima Krishna Prasad there. Then we would just take the one of Radhanath Maharaj, His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, and I would request Shri Gorupa Prabhu to please come and read the offering.
Hare Krishna. This is offering from Sri His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. So please, if you can sit down and listen carefully.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my sincere obeisances. I pray to forever offer my body, mind and soul in your service. As I reflect upon my life over the past 51 years, since I first met you, my heart fills with gratitude and joy. Through both the pleasant and the stormy times, your teaching and example have remained a constant shelter. Bitter conflicts, heartbreaking disappointments, and ideological disputes are everywhere in the world. Dreadful disease, mental anguish, and natural disasters are filling people's lives with uncertainty. The influence of Kali Yuga seems to have no stone unturned, even within a society of devotees. In this turbulent sea of material perplexities, your words and examples gives us shelter and provide a perfect compass to lead us always towards Krishna, the absolute truth and the goal of life. As the year pass, the limitations of old age and the nearness of death are right before our eyes. The increasing occurrences of our most beloved Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis disappearing from the physical world are now inseparable from the experience of living. Yet, you have given us the gift of Krishna consciousness, wherein we can know that Krishna's ever-loving hand is reaching us to us in all situations. We need only to recognize His mercy and surrender to receiving it. As we grow on the path of bhakti, we are gaining deeper realization of the glorious place that you are taking us. You have entrusted to us the eternal message that the happiness of hearing and chanting Krishna's name and glories while engaging in devotional service with sincere devotees in the highest reality. The rule and regulations that you mercifully gave us are to protect us from the implications and distractions that draw our minds away from the joys of devotional service. You have given us a day-to-day way of living wherein our immortal soul may pass through the mortal world on a journey into Krishna's pure loving service. I am forever grateful. This year 2022, we celebrate the 100th anniversary of a historic moment that world forever changed. Anniversary of a historic moment that would forever change the world. In 1992 in Kolkata, you first met His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada, at the residence on a rooftop at the first Gaudiya Mutt on Ulta Danga Junction Road. 1 century ago, at this meeting, you were given the instruction to take the teaching of Lord Chaitanya to the world, to the whole world in the English language. You accepted this order as your life and soul. Years later, while residing in Vrindavan in a small rented room, you prepared for your mission by beginning your English translation and purports to the Srimad Bhagavatam. This was a humble beginning for your legacy of circulating the most Vedic literature in history. Here in Vrindavan, you daily prayed at the Samadhi of Srila Rupa Goswami for his blessings to fulfill the impossible order that you had been given. The miracle of your dedication, sacrifice, and compassion has fulfilled a prophecy that has been cultivated through the ages by the greatest of Vaishnava Acharya. You have fulfilled a dream cherished by all the Acharya of your parampara. This year, for your pleasure, Srila Prabhupada, this original temple at Ulta Danga in Kolkata, where you first met with your Guru Maharaj and received his order, has been procured and renovated. It was inaugurated on the Vyas Puja day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur by the devotees of ISKCON Kolkata. The building has been restored as far as possible to its original design, materials, and the atmosphere. We are hoping that it will be an intimate place of pilgrimage for all of your followers to come and meditate upon your divine grace. It is our hope that this sacred place may also help unite the greater Vaishnava community. Srila Prabhupada, in the past year, ISKCON Kolkata has inaugurated a memorial and pilgrimage site at the exact place you took birth in 1896 under the historic jackfruit tree. We will be striving in the days to come to develop this memorial in a way that devotee and sincere people of all backgrounds throughout the world will come to celebrate your glorious appearance and your pastime of pure devotion and compassion. In this way, Kolkata will truly become a gateway to Mayapur and to the temple of Vedic planetarium according to your desire. I pray for the sincerity to wholeheartedly beg for your mercy and to assist you in your glorious service to the parampara of Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Your servant Radhanath Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
So then we would like to invite Chima Krishna Prasad Prabhu. He's a disciple of His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. And he's not the only one in our temple. We also have Mahakrishna Prabhu and Ravindra Gopal Prabhu. He's now in Ireland and will come back soon.
This is Vyasapuj's offering, Srila Prabhupada, from your disciple, Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. Please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to you. Since somehow I missed sending my offering to your divine grace to be published in the book I am writing to you now. I saw that you spent many nights translating and writing purports to the Srimad Bhagavatam and other transcendental literatures to give to the future generations for the next 10,000 years the law books of spiritual life of Krishna consciousness, which would benefit the whole human society. You wanted that all members of the Krishna consciousness movement should read and study your books. You established a degree program so that people will be encouraged to read your books, study them, and take exams. Therefore, we have Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, Bhakti Vedanta, and Bhakti Sarvabhauma to satisfy your divine grace. I have been encouraging my disciples and followers to study your books and get the degrees. Although I have only done this in the past few years, I am starting to see some fruits. Hundreds of devotees are getting Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, and are reading your books. Hopefully, in the future generations, your books will be studied by everybody, and they will not be just academic, but be purified by the essence of your association. You have given us association through your writings, and as you said, people who distribute your books should also read them. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness was established by your divine grace on 13th of July 1966 in New York, and now we have almost 1,000 centers around the world, and thousands of Namahatas and Bhakti Vriksha groups. You had said that in the future people will practice Krishna consciousness in their homes and come to the temples. That is gradually happening, and we are seeing that all over the world people are taking to Krishna consciousness very effectively in their homes. This is your vision, and you told me this on a morning walk in Los Angeles in 1969 or 1970, and we see it coming true. You said in April 1975 that we should have 10,000 acharyas initiating gurus, and from 10,000 to 100,000, from 100,000 to 1 million, and from 1 million to 10 million. Thus, in every town and village there will be empowered acharyas. We will be able to give the Krishna consciousness message unadulterated. But we see that in ISKCON, at the present time, we still have about 100 gurus, and we need to have, as you said, eventually millions of gurus. Hence, it seems important to read your books and understand the actual position of Krishna. There is nothing but Krishna. He has expanded into everything through his energies. You have given small donations like $600 per month to Bangladesh, $500 per month to Nepal from your Guru Dakshina. Now we have in Bangladesh over 120 centers, in Nepal over 40 centers, and also devotees, Namahatas, Bhakti Vriksha groups, student hostels, BACE, Bhaktivedanta Academy for Culture and Education, Voice, Vedic Voices for Inspiration, Culture and Education, etc. All by your vision. From a simple one temple, now it is expanded to many, many temples. You have taken great pains to establish the Krishna consciousness movement. We pray that the devotees will do everything to protect it and see that in different environments, in different parts of the world, the Krishna consciousness movement may continue to expand. All glories to you, to your divine grace, your insignificant servant, Jai Pataka Swami Maharaj.
Then we would like to hear the offering of His Holiness Niranjana Swami Maharaj, and we would like to invite Gauri Gopika Mataji to speak. Gauri Gopika Mataji lives in the temple. She serves as a pujari, and she's not the only disciple of Maharaj here in the congregation. We also have local Pavani Mataji and Harikatha Prabhu, and actually Niranjana Swami is also the Shiksha Guru. That's Krishna Prem Rupa Prabhu. We left off Krishna Prem Rupa Prabhu. Yes.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. Devotees in the former Soviet Union are taking advantage of a unique opportunity today. They are celebrating the 50th anniversary of your one and only visit to the former Soviet Union. They have designated your Vyasa Puja Day as the day they will commemorate this event. Although I was not yet engaged in your service at that time, still I've heard enough from those who were so engaged to know that this one visit was the momentous occasion when the seed of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement was planted in the till then barren soil of the communist countries. To take advantage of this opportunity, I would like to say a few words about the profound potency that has been discovered in the devotional seeds you planted within the hearts of those who were fortunate to have come in contact with you, both during and after that visit. In the Brahma Vaivarta Purana, Canto 4, Chapter 20, Text 41, it is said, there is a Sanskrit very small, I will jump that. I glorify the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the master of all potencies, the seed of all potencies, and the resting place of all potencies, who is simultaneously one and different from his potencies, who is all-powerful and all of whose desires are fulfilled. A little more than 500 years ago, that same Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared in this world as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Before his appearance, Lord Chaitanya thought, "My name is Vishvambara, one who maintains the entire universe. Its meaning will be actualized if I can fill the whole universe with love of Godhead." That's from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 9:7. Srila Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami continues this theme in the following two verses. Thinking in this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the duty of a planter and began to grow a garden in Navadvip. Thus the Lord brought the desired tree of devotional service to this earth and became its gardener. He sowed the seed and sprinkled upon it the water of his will. That's from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 9, 8, and 9. In a similar way, Srila Prabhupada, you came to this world to sow Lord Chaitanya's potent seeds of pure bhakti in the hearts of the lost, forgetful souls, not only in Navadvip, but in places where no pure Vaishnava had ever ventured before. Wherever you planted a seed, when it was sufficiently watered by faith in your words, then through Lord Chaitanya's inconceivable potencies, his will was manifest through you. You have written in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 19:152 purport. The Bhaktilata Bija, the seed of devotional service, can be received only through the mercy of the spiritual master. Therefore, one has to satisfy the spiritual master to get the Bhaktilata Bij. The Bhaktilata Bij is the origin of devotional service. Once you addressed some guests who had assembled in an art gallery to hear you speak. In that lecture, delivered in Auckland, New Zealand in April 1972, you compare the Lord's potencies to those found in varieties of seeds. In the garden, you see different flowers are coming out. The same ground, the same water, but different flowers are coming out. Different fragrances, different colors, all different varieties. So the answer is Bijan Man Sarva Bhutanam. Krishna is the seed. He is the seed. You have seen the banyan tree, how it produces so many small seeds. But each small seed has got so much potency that if you sow it in a nice place and water it, one day it will become a big banyan tree. Now, what are the potencies? What are the artistic arrangements, scientific arrangements within that small seed that it grows into a big banyan tree? Not only a big banyan tree, but also many millions of big fruits. And within each fruit there are millions of seeds, and each seed contains the potency of another tree. In a similar way, Srila Prabhupada, from just one person's faith in your words, during that one visit to the former Soviet Union, the seed of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan mission was planted and firmly took root in that most desolate place. Soon, through your words and through other faithful servants, carrying your words, servants impregnated with the potent seeds of your divine instructions, this seed continued to be watered. In time, through all these devotees, empowered by your pure desire and nourished from your books, armed with your books, more and more seeds were gradually sown. In the Padma Purana, the Supreme Lord says, just as the fish, the tortoise, and the bird maintain their offspring by vision, meditation, and touch, respectively, so do I maintain my devotees, O lotus-born Brahma. The tortoise lays her eggs on land and meditates on them while in the water. Srila Prabhupada, we pray that in a similar way your meditation will remain fixed on the healthy germination of all these seeds that have come from the garden you planted. Your unflinching faith in Lord Chaitanya's divine will is the catalyst that has brought his mission to where it is today. On this most auspicious anniversary of your divine appearance in this world, we also pray that, with your blessings, the fully ripened fruits of pure love of Godhead will manifest from those seeds. Such pure love can be realized only by the continual watering of hearing and chanting the glories of pure devotional service, the exclusive message you came to deliver to everyone in this material world. In the dust of your lotus feet, your unworthy servant Niranjana Swami. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Thank you, Gauri Gopika Mataji. Then we would like to hear the offering of maybe one, or maybe the most prominent initiating guru in our congregation. His name is Sachinandan Swami Maharaj. We have many disciples of his here, and we would like to invite Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu to read his offering. You have it on paper?
I have it.
So soon?
Hare Krishna.
Krishna, dear devotees. Oh, this is not it. Dear Srila Prabhupada, Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gaura Vani Pracharini, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Paschatya Deshatarini. Please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to you. Who can ever glorify you sufficiently? Your gifts, vision, and instructions are not time-bound, but are effective right now, and will be for hundreds and thousands of years after you walk the planet. When we read your transcendental books, we associate with you. You said this yourself. And that association immediately lifts us out of the mud of material consciousness. Recently, I had such an experience when I was reading Srimad Bhagavatam 4:22-16. Maharaj Prithu says to the four Kumaras, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is always anxious to elevate the living entities who are his parts and parcels, and for their special benefit the Lord travels all over the world in the form of self-realized persons like you. In your purport to this verse you write, the devotees are representatives of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and to elevate the conditioned souls to their original consciousness, they traveled all over the universes to enlighten the conditioned souls about Krishna consciousness. The best devotees are Atmavat, or those who have fully realized the Supreme Soul. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, as Paramatma, is sitting within everyone's heart, trying to elevate everyone to the platform of Krishna consciousness. Therefore, he is called Atma Bhavana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is always trying to give the individual soul the intelligence to understand about himself. As I read this text, I immediately remembered my encounters with you, when I could always feel this elevation that was an instant as the experience of stepping into an elevator that transports one swiftly to higher floors. Elsewhere, it is stated that once a conditioned soul meets such a pure devotee, his rational journey in the cycle of birth and death is stopped, provided, of course, that such a fortunate person is holding fast to the spiritual master's instructions, at least desiring to live up to these words of spiritual direction. Then by and by, as he sincerely attempts to control his senses and act only on the spiritual platform of devotional service, he is supplied with the strength required to walk on that platform without faltering. A few days ago, I received a letter from a new devotee who is waiting for a new heart in the Heart Transplant Center in Berlin. At any moment, a nurse or doctor could come to her room in the hospital and tell her to get ready for the surgery. Her body has been prepared already for the last 3.5 weeks, so that it is in the best condition to accept a new heart and then function with it. But one never knows how such a complicated surgery will end. She regularly reads your books and has gotten the inner strength to accept the uncertainty and unpredictability of her situation. Should she survive, she only has one desire: to associate with devotees, read more of your books, visit the temples, and use her hands in active service. Hearing about her situation was an important reminder for me. A few decades ago, I actually had a heart transplant by your mercy. I recall that right after meeting you, first in the form of your books, And later, during a life-changing darshan, I received a kind of total reset, a new lease on life. I was not just an enthusiastic projection, but I actually saw that by your mercy and strength, I was able to do things that were clearly outside the range of my own strength and intelligence. The operation was a success. Like so many of my god brothers and god sisters, I could understand that it was your strength that carried us. Like a lion who may transport some ants crawling in his mane, you took us with you to levels of consciousness and experiences in Seva that were previously unimaginable. This memory lives in me 50 years later and inspires me to continue trying to walk in your footsteps by following your instructions. Yes, I'm not on the high level of consciousness that you exemplified, but just like that person in the heart center who is making a plan to live on with your increased focus on Krishna consciousness, I pray that all possible distractions from your pure service will naturally fall away as I continue to serve you with ever-increasing gratitude and enthusiasm. As always, in need of your mercy, your humble servant, Satchidananda Swami.
Thank you, Bhagwan Chandrapuru. Then we would like to hear the offering of His Holiness Indradumna Swami Maharaj, and we invite Nanda Kumar Prabhu to read that. You are the only disciple of Maharaj at the moment here, but no? Chandra Lakshmi, want to say something? We also, okay, we have others. Also Dina Dayal Prabhu, who lives in the temple, he's going to come next week, he's a disciple, and he'll bring one more disciple of Indradumna Maharaj, so also very prominent.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to you. In mid-August, in the midst of our summer tour in Poland, I was surprised to see that many trees were already turning to their autumn colors. Generally, they don't change color until mid-September. They will start losing their leaves soon, I thought. Watching the bright colors blur together through my window as we speed towards our next festival site, two thoughts came to my mind. First, I thought about how I am in the autumn of my life, and soon you will call me to another service. Somewhere here in the material world, or perhaps even in the spiritual world. The special thought I had was that I am fortunate to have lived as long as I have. You said on a morning walk on September 21, 1975 in Caracas, Venezuela, quote, "Instead of contemplating what will happen to this world, you have got a short duration of life, say 50, 60 years. You chant Hare Krishna and go back to Godhead." End quote. Fortunately, I live 13 years past the 60-year deadline, but unfortunately, I have yet to shed a tear while chanting the holy names. I am not discouraged though, because you said in a lecture in Los Angeles on May 4, 1973, quote, "This is called firm faith, that now, because I am engaged in Krishna consciousness business, so I must be able to face Krishna face to face, see Krishna face to face. That I must have, so don't be disappointed. Go on with your Krishna consciousness activities. Time will come when you will see Krishna just like Kunti is seeing face to face. There is no doubt about it." End quote. So I don't doubt that I will see Krishna one day, and I'm certain that that will happen only by your grace. Thus, whatever time I have left in this body, I will fully dedicate to your mission of delivering the fallen conditioned souls. I realized long ago that it is only by serving your mission in this world that I can qualify myself to participate in your pastimes in the spiritual world. This means preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with full vigor, just as you did. There's a Sanskrit which I'm jumping. Quote, and this is from Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati Chaitanya Chandramrita, verse 88. As much as I can devotee his full attention to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya, to that extent he will be able to taste the nectarine service of the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani in Vrindavan. The more one engages in the service of Sri Chaitanya, the more one finds oneself in Vrindavan, tasting the nectar of the service of Sri Radha. End quote. There are many excuses I could use to stop preaching. I'm too old, I'm too tired, I have done my part, but nothing I have done can equal even one iota of what you have done for me, my dear spiritual master. My debt to you can never be repaid. Recently I watched again the heart-wrenching video of your last hours in this world. On your deathbed, you were using your final breaths to speak your Bhaktivedanta purports into a dictaphone held close to your mouth by a disciple. May I embrace those words to my heart and share them with the unfortunate people of this world. I pray that nothing will ever distract me from your mission and from my desire to join you in your Nitya Leela pastimes in Goloka Vrindavan. The present world is overrun with unlimited distractions. On the same morning walk on February 21, 1975 in Caracas, Venezuela, you warned us against becoming infatuated by these distractions. Quote, don't consider what will happen to this world. Nature will take care of it. You don't puzzle your brain with these thoughts. You utilize whatever time you have got in your possession and go back home, back to Godhead. You cannot check it. Best thing is that you mold your life and go back to Godhead, back home, back to Godhead. Because people will go on with their material civilization. Natural consequences will be there. You better take advantage of whatever time you have got and become fully Krishna conscious and go back to home. End quote. That I will do, my beloved spiritual master. And knowing your compassionate heart, I will try to bring as many conditioned souls with me as I can. Like you, I will try my best to preach until my last breath, whether it comes today or tomorrow. If I am to be remembered, let it be only for my attempts to render service to your lotus feet. The samurai warriors had a code, quote, don't ask me how he died, ask me how he lived, end quote. I'm early in my awakening as a servant of the Lord, so I can't claim to know Krishna. But I'm confident that I will reach the goal because I know you. It is you who will one day bring me face to face with the Lord. One time the great Ramanuja Acharya asked Ranganath, the presiding deity of Sri Rangam, quote, my Lord, what will happen if for some reason your devotee cannot remember you at the moment of death? Ranganath replied, if my devotee cannot remember me at the moment of death, I will remember my devotee. End quote. In my case, Srila Prabhupada, this could only happen by your causeless mercy. It is only because I'm always remembering you that Krishna might remember me. My dear spiritual master, you are my life and soul, the most cherished element of my existence. You are everything to me, my Sakshat Hari. the Lord's representative in this world, I surrender myself totally unto your lotus feet. As the sun sets on my life, I'm not afraid of what lies ahead, for it can only be service to your lotus feet. I have experienced in this life that I am happy serving you in any condition, at any time, in any place, in the jungles of the Amazon, the freezing steppes of Siberia, the deserts of Mongolia, the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, the ruins of Sarajevo, and concrete jungles of New York, London, and Paris. I have always been happy sharing your message with others. This is especially true when I am on the Baltic Sea coast with our festival, where for the last 30 years, thousands of guests have been in attendance every summer evening. When the audience gives us a resounding standing ovation, tears come to my eyes and I look up to the sky and wonder, quote, Srila Prabhupada, are you watching? End quote. I hope that you are, and I feel you. I hope that you are, and I. Let me try this again. I hope that you are, and I feel that you must be. Please know that by holding these festivals in my remaining years, I want to reciprocate with your tireless efforts in establishing this movement in the pioneering days of ISKCON. My life is coming to a natural conclusion and I often dream of where will I serve you next. Every day I'm trying to improve myself so that I will be a real asset to your mission. Forgive me for using a mundane phrase I learned in the military, but I want to. Hit the beach running. That's the phrase. One time a god brother of mine said to you, quote, Srila Prabhupada, I want to be just like you. The assembled devotees were shocked. One devotee chastised that person saying, it's offensive that you say that. You can never be equal to spiritual master. But you took it differently. You said, that is the proper sentiment, because the spiritual master is Acharya. He is setting the example what kind of a devotee the disciple should be. End quote. Still I have time left, a few days, a few months, or perhaps even many years. I will use this time to try to become like you, to serve with the same determination as you did. You once wrote to me that I should always, quote, always follow in the footsteps of advanced devotees, end quote. That instruction has guided me throughout my life. I have always honored my god brothers and god sisters, understanding them to be more advanced than me. Most importantly, Srila Prabhupada, I have honored you as the most advanced devotee I will ever know, either in this life or the next. I look forward to meeting you again one day in the spiritual world. You told one of my god brothers that when we return to the spiritual world, our spiritual master will be waiting for us. He will take our hand and lead us into the forest of Vrindavan, where he will introduce us to Krishna, our beloved Lord. I shall keep that vision in my heart as I wander the world attempting to bring fallen souls to your lotus feet, for you are Prabhupada, the master at whose feet all the masters sit. All glories to you on this occasion of your divine appearance in this world. Your servant Indraduna Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Nanda Kumar Prabhu. Then we would like to hear the offering of His Holiness Kadamba Kanna Swami Maharaj, and we invite Rama Priya Mataji, who just received initiation a few weeks back, to read the offering.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to your divine grace. Some devotees saw that when you were present, the spiritual world was also present. You have made us all aware of Krishna's presence. You gave reality as it is. We had no idea we were living in a world of dreams and desires in relation to the material world. Gradually you changed our desires, and now we want to serve Krishna. We want to go back to Godhead. Now we love Vrindavan. We trust in the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Chaitanya Charitamrita. We learned that every one of our actions must be based on scripture. We learned about selflessness. We learned about giving, about a life dedicated to distributing transcendental mercy freely to everyone. We learned that an attitude of humility and giving all respects to others attracts Krishna. Then one can chant Krishna's name instantly. Sanatana Goswami received all the instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who asked him to write a book about Vaishnava behavior. And then Sanatana prayed that the Lord would manifest in his heart so that he would be able to fulfill the Lord's desire. I am one who hears it all, but still falls short. However, my good fortune is that I have been allowed to do some service. I cannot count all the blessings you have brought into my life. Now I am praying that all your teachings may manifest in my heart and that I may render some useful service for the remainder of my life. Your servant, Kalmakanana Swami. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Thank you, Priya Mataji. So we have a little more than 10 minutes left. And we were thinking also to invite Devashri Radhika Mataji to read the offering of His Holiness Krishna Kshetra Swami Maharaj. Devashri Radhika Mataji is a disciple of Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, but took second initiation from Krishna Kshetra Swami Maharaj. And he will actually, he's not so close to our yatra yet, but he will visit beginning of October, I think. End of September. So this is kind of a get to know. Please.
In this year 2022, 100 years since you, Srila Prabhupada, first met your spiritual master, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, I offer you my most humble prostrations. Last year, on the occasion of Sri Vyasa Puja, I expressed my appreciation for your greatness in terms of your experience and sharing of complete knowledge of the complete whole, such that you do not experience any form of incompleteness. Reflecting further on this quality of yours, I now want to express appreciation of your complementary opulence, namely the many refusals you exhibited to affirm your full faith and attachment to Lord Krishna. Allow me to list briefly a few instances of such transcendent acts of refusal that you have shown, acts of rejecting what would not be favorable for your service to Lord Krishna. It began early in your life when, as a small boy, you refused to give up your wish to celebrate Jagannath Rath Yatra, a refusal rewarded by help from a neighbor to enable the event to take place. Some years later, graduating from Scottish Church College, you confidently refused your diploma as a symbolic gesture of non-cooperation with the ruling British and imperial power. You were not afraid to speak truth to power in this way, a fearlessness that you would demonstrate repeatedly in later life. And in later life, as you prepared to embark on your mission to the West, you refused the temptation to remain in Vrindavan, to live a peaceful life of Nirjana Bhajan, resolving instead to bring Lord Chaitanya's profound message of divine love to the world. When at last you arrived in New York, you also refused to follow the advice to wear coat, pants, hat, Western attire to conform to Western style, determined instead to be your authentic self in your traditional dress of a Vaishnava renunciant. In like manner, you refused to take the well-meant advice to name your fledgling missionizing institution the International Society for God Consciousness, knowing, as you always have, that it is Krishna who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, identified only vaguely and even in a sense misleadingly as God. In so many ways, you, Srila Prabhupada, refused to shrink from asserting your mission, whether it was insisting on disciples following the 4 regulative principles of freedom, or giving Brahman initiation to Western disciples, whether it was calling out Mayavada and Prakriti Sahajya ideas and practices, whether it was fighting for the Juhu land or standing up for your young and inexperienced disciple in India, you always refused to back down. Rather, you showed us repeatedly how to fight the good fight on behalf of Guru and Krishna. When it came to impossible achievements like producing and printing your Chaitanya Charitamrita, you refused to identify with the fools in whose dictionary the word impossible is listed. One could go on and on about the many sorts of transcendental refusal you demonstrated in service to your Lord Krishna, but there is one that I am particularly fond of remembering today. You refused to accept the caution suggested and well meant by Shyamasundar Prabhu regarding asking George Harrison for a donation to print the Krishna book. Rather, you reassured him that when he meets George and brings up the topic, Krishna will help. And sure enough, Krishna did help by dramatically sending a perfectly timed flash of lightning and thunderclap. Just as at the moment, Shyamasundar popped the question, causing a short blackout and thereby very viscerally convincing George that he should indeed make the requisite $19,000 donation for this glorious cause. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for showing us, your students and followers, by your sublime example, how to refuse the easy way and the less than faithful way in the bracing path of devotional service. Please bless me to continue in your footsteps, learning by your example how to be always ready to refuse whatever is unfavorable to this exalted purpose. Your aspiring servant, Krishna Kshetra Swami, initiated 1972, July, Paris, France. Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you, dear Srihan. So we have time for one more offering, and we would like to invite Sri to read the offering of Bir Krishna Maharaj. Yeah,
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamani. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasharini Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prasthayati Shakarine. The following verse translation from chapter 18 of your Nectar of Devotion continues to resonate with me. Quote, I have no love for Krishna nor for the causes of developing love of Krishna, namely hearing and chanting, and the process of bhakti yoga, by which one is always thinking of Krishna and fixing his lotus feet in the heart, is also lacking in me. As far as this philosophical knowledge or pious works are concerned, I don't see any opportunity for me to execute such activities. But above all, I am not even born of a nice family. Therefore, I must simply pray to you, Gopijana Vallabha, Krishna, maintainer and beloved of the gopis. I simply wish and hope that someday or other I may be able to approach your lotus feet, and his hope is giving me pain, because I think myself quite incompetent to approach that transcendental goal of life. End quote. In the previous paragraph you explain, quote, the strong conviction that one will certainly receive the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is called in Sanskrit Asha Bandha. Asha Bandha means to continue to think, because I am trying my best to follow the routine principle of the devotional service. I am sure that I will go back to Godhead, back to home. End quote. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.1, Krishna's quality of independence is stated. By the use of the word Swarat, it is up to his dependent will as to whether one achieves spiritual perfection or remains immersed in his illusory energy. I can understand that I am undeserving of his awarding me pure devotional service. However, bhakti is property of pure devotees and has been given her independence by Krishna to manifest herself when the pure devotee wishes. Pure Sachi is parity of bhakti. My great hope, trust and faith is based upon my relationship with you. In the nectar of devotion, we find that one quality of pure devotee is that it is the only means for attracting and controlling Krishna. Therefore, by your will, I will certainly attain perfection. Quote, following Narottam Das Thakur, one should aspire to be servant of the Lord's servant, life after life. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur also sings, Tumita Thakura, Tamara Kakura, Balia, Chanara Mora. O my Lord, O Vaishnava, please consider me your dog. One must become the dog of Vaishnava, a pure devotee, for a pure devotee can deliver Krishna without difficulty. Krishna said, Amara, Krishna Dita Para. Krishna is the property of his pure devotee, and if we take shelter of a pure devotee, he can deliver Krishna very easily. Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.42. My one pointed dedication is to please you. Your mood in relationship to your spiritual master is the guiding light for my life. Quote, personally, I have no hope for any direct service for the coming crores of births and of the sojourn of my life, but I am confident that someday or other I shall be delivered from this mire of delusion in which I am a present so deeply sunk. Therefore, let me, with all of my earnestness, pray at the lotus feet of my Divine Master to allow me to suffer the lot of which I am destined due to my past misdoings, but to let me have this power of recollection, that I am nothing but a tiny servant of the Almighty Absolute Godhead, realized through the unflinching mercy of my Divine Master. Let me therefore bow down at his lotus feet with all humility at my commands. From the Universal Teacher Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja offering to the member of the Gaudiya Math in Bombay, February 1936. End quote. Please let me always remain that consciousness, always serving in your association. That is my spiritual perfection, to serve you eternally. Your servant, Bhakti Krishna Das Goswami. Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. So thank you all for hearing, listening. And now we're gonna prepare for the Gora Artik, and I just want to remind you of what Akhandadi Prabhu said during the class. He made a gesture of Prabhupada. So Prabhupada is very pleased if we chant the holy name and dance in ecstasy. And how you say in English, leap? Leap in the air as high as possible. So now is the chance to show to Srila Prabhupada our sincerity and do that. If we can all get up, we have to remove the camera for sure, otherwise it will give an accident. And please remove the pillows to the corner in the right. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Simone.
Yes. Adi
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya 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 Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivaran Acharya Sutta Sachivesi Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. East Vivekananda Church Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivaran Acharya Sutta Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki Jai. Acharya Haridas Thakur ki Jai. Goswami Bhavani ki Jai. Prem se Gaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Radha Shri Gauri Bhakta Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Guru Govinata Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan ki Jai. Jai Pradam ki Jai. Chanchana Puridam ki Jai. Yuchana Buddhis Kutsari Kyatra ki Jai. Jagannath Baladev Sudramarani ki Jai. Shri Gaurnitai ki Jai. Ramai ki Jai. Tulasi Devi ki Jai. Bhukan Prasaram Distribution Jai. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Uchma Mahotsava ki Jai. Premanande Hari Glory to the simple devotees. Glory to the simple devotees. All glories to the Son. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Shri Guru.
Hare Krishna. So, dear devotees, please now you can all get up and we will perform Guru Puja to Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Sri Guru Charana Padama Kevala Bhakti Sadma Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Srimate Bhakti
Jaya Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Shtattara Srimad Divine Grace Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON BBD founder Acharya is Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jaya Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Shtattara Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se ko Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Rajbhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jagannathpuri Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki New Jagannathpuri Dham Ki Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani Ki Shri Gaur Nitai Ki Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Transcendental Book and Prasadam Distribution Ki Jai Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsava Ki Srila Prabhupada Jagat Guru Ki Gaura Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, so now we come to the second last part of today's program. We're going to offer Pushpanjali, flower petals, so please all take some flower petals and consider we're offering 3 times. So don't offer everything at once, but keep some for the second and third time.
Please come a little closer. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatya Deshatarine Isha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatya Deshatarine Isha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatya Deshatarine Isha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsava Ki
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada.
Not outside.